Did he complete them? Yeah.
For the three people that were already welcome.
That's right. You need to pay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's that one right behind the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a few. Not that anybody will lose them between here and there.
It's funny because we didn't even leave a trail. Disappeared in there.
Exactly.
When the first one, with the first one, I looked, kind of looked, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna go there.
Yeah. And then when they say they didn't get one, I'm like, I cannot believe that they let you walk down here without one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Somebody else. Correct. Correct.
And then ask like, when they got to the
We sit out there, everybody else. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Well, you're actually the same way here as I think now, a little bit. Well, no, but I mean, you want every bit of information, at least from my perspective.
Just give me it all.
Right. Let me figure it out, and then, yeah, you'll defend me if you need to. You'll scorn me if I need to. Yeah, that's true.
They froze yesterday. They couldn't get the sun.
Yeah. They don't want to be in the shade. It's still a little too chilly.
We have what?
Maggie keeps giving
Oh,
She's another.
yeah. Yeah. I gotta let them know that it's so the teachers can. I've already explained myself to you. That's all we need to do. But are we live?
Nobody texted me, so it's bad. Still can't do the look up. Get this.
Oh, really?
And my eyes haven't adjusted like that.
Not just that.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I know one thing, this is a lot nicer than yesterday. My name's Kevin Kessler. I'm the Career and Tech Principal here at TST BOCES. I want to take a second and welcome everybody to the beginning of our ceremony today. Say hello to our completers. And if you'd humor us, go through a couple of logistical items first before we get started. So, first, everybody up front. We have a carpet that kind of looks nice, but it's not weighted down. So please be careful when you're walking across it. Just saying. When we call your name, if you come up alphabetically, come right up. See Ms. Lefevre, Ms. Hinman, right by Mr. Podolak. If you pause, we'll get a picture. Guests, you're more than welcome to position yourself, take pictures, take videos as you need. We're not going to go overly fast, like trying to get out of here in a hurry. So we'll give everybody kind of an opportunity to capture the moment and then go from there. So if nobody has any questions, we'll get started. Welcome, everybody. It's nice to see faces and people smiling. This is kind of nice. As we thought about how to proceed with today's ceremony, there was a few words that came to mind, specifically 3 of them. The first one was grit, the second one was wisdom, and the third one, as strange as it might sound, is failure. And if you will indulge me for a second, I'll kind of bring those all back together. But one thing that was for certain for you guys, March 13th of last year, everything changed. You'd been through your formal schooling to a certain extent in a certain way, and all of a sudden, very quickly and abruptly, that changed. And in a lot of ways, it would have been easy to cash it in, kind of let things be, but you didn't. And a lot of that kind of helps me equate to that idea of grit. And the reason why I go with grit is because it's a learned experience. It takes going through some things. It's anchored in perseverance, and it kind of grows as things go time and time again. And everybody sitting here today clearly persevered. It clearly continued to show up. I'm sure it wasn't easy. I'm sure it wasn't the way you guys would have wanted it, but yet you stuck with it and kept going through it. A couple of things, though, just to anchor into on that one, and I think this is an important piece, because if I think about when I sat where you were sitting, there were some things I wish some people would have told me, even if I might not have listened. And one thing to recognize is you didn't do it alone. If you look behind you, you had support from the people that are probably here today, whether in person or remotely. You had support from the people that are up here. You had a lot of people helping you along the way. I would encourage you to pay attention to that and remember that experience, because one thing is for sure, people will always provide help if you ask for it. It's not going to always look the way you want it to, and that's probably the key, but the idea is to be aware enough to take it. People said all along, or started saying early on, what's going to happen with this class? What will they do? And at first I was kind of an early kind of bandwagon person. I was like, oh yeah, this it's going to be this, it's going to be that. Then I realized something. If you got through this year with the ups and downs and the hybrids and the opens and the closes and the other things, you pretty much should be able to get through anything. So really, I don't know if I'm worried. If anything, I'm excited to be sitting here talking to you, because if you can make it through this, you pretty much will be outside along the way. The next word that I want to talk a little bit about today was wisdom. And wisdom's kind of unique in that you gain it over time. All right, you demonstrated a desire to keep kind of seeking wisdom when you agreed to sign up for your CTE program. And that was a huge first step. You demonstrated the desire, and I've watched this in multiple times walking through the room, to keep gaining that wisdom through the practice of your skills, through the way you work through the knowledge, through your interactions with Ms. Lefevre and Mrs. Hinman. And that's really important, because along the way, the more you can kind of seek and fill that wisdom toolbox, the more you're going to be able to go really in any direction you want. And it's not something that people always pay attention to, especially at a young age. I can tell you I didn't probably till about I was 40. So it's one of those things I'm still learning as we go. But it's important if you can recognize it, and it's important if you can continue to kind of, and I think the best part about it for the wisdom part is you're picking and choosing what works for you. It's not that you're taking all of it. You're saying, okay, well, this little piece will work with me. Sometimes it's also about knowing what doesn't work, but that's okay too. And then last, which might sound strange, but I do wish you all the success in the world, but I also hope that you find failure. And the reason why I do that is, or say that, is because of this. When you fail, you learn, you grow, you get stronger. And the idea is to take those lessons, take that strength, apply it to your grit, use it to fill your wisdom toolbox, and then move on to the next phase of whatever's in front of you. So really, if you think about the ultimate learning experience, it is failure. And then, you show up, you do all the things that, make you guys you, and then you tackle the next thing. So I really hope that as you think about your next steps, and please don't think of this as the end. This is not the end. This is the beginning. You guys have the first chapter of your book kind of written, and the rest of it's up to you. You're carrying that pen with you as you go day in and day out. So, please take the lessons that you learned here with the support of your teachers, with the support of the people behind you, and go apply it to the best that you can. How's that sound? You guys look serious. There we go. That's a little bit better. All right. So with that being said, let's get to why we're here. All right? Okay. And our 2021 completer class for animal science. Savannah Berry, Newfield. Savannah is an FFA member, technical endorsement, received a Teachers Association Award, and a veterinary assistant certified.
All right, ready? Ready, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Come right this way, Savannah. Savannah, Savannah, Savannah.
Walk it up, girl.
Being the first one, Savannah. Up next, do the best I can. Antonia Crescenzi, Lansing. Antonia is assistant certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary and Emergency and Critical Care.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
And next is Isabella Desordio, Newfield. Isabella is an FFA member, veterinary assistant certified.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Up next, Emily Kennedy, Lansing. Emily is an FFA member, earned a teacher award second year, earned a technical endorsement, earned her Teacher Association Award, and is certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care.
Thanks for a good picture. It falls off. There you go, my dear. You're good. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
See what you guys got to look forward to. I tried to read it without them. Up next, Fiona Kennedy, Ithaca. Fiona is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, veterinary assistant certified, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary and Emergency and Critical Care. And next is Bethany Mortlock. Bethany is an FFA member, earned her technical endorsement, is veterinary assistant certified, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care. That's it. And next, Julia Munoz, Trumansburg. Julia is an FFA member, a member of National Technical Honor Society, earned her technical endorsement, greatest achievement second year, veterinary assistant certified, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care. Next is Casey Nash, Candor. Casey's veterinarian assistant certified basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Up next, Ajax Randall, Lansing and Regional Alternative School. Ajax is a member of FFA, earned a technical endorsement, the seal of excellence, veterinarian assistant certified, and certified basic life support by the American College of Veterinary and Emergency and Critical Care. Up next, Caden Reed, Newfield. Caden is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement, veterinarian assistant certified, certified basic life support by the American College of Veterinary and Emergency and Critical Care.
1, 2, 3.
Up next, Adriana Royce, Newfield. Adriana is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement and seal of excellence, veterinary assistant certified, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care. Next is Madison Snyder, Trumansburg. Madison is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement, won a Teachers Association Award, and is certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Emergency and Critical Care. Up next is Hannah West, Newfield. Hannah is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary and Emergency and Critical Care.
1, 2, 3.
And as we round things out, Ashley Wright, Newfield. Ashley is an FFA member, earned a technical endorsement and seal of excellence, veterinarian assistant certified, and certified in basic life support by the American College of Veterinary Medicine and Emergency Care.
1, 2, 3.
Now I can see everybody again. We talk a lot about some of the different things that are accomplished here in the Career and Tech program, but if you listen to the list of the accomplishments of the group in front of us, it really is pretty impressive. What you were able to do and achieve in a year that definitely was as much to normal as we could make it, but not normal, is pretty impressive. And I hope that as you guys kind of think about how things are wrapping up in the next chapter in your journey, that you don't forget, what you've learned here, but also what you've accomplished. I want to personally congratulate you for that. I want to say thank you to Ms. Lefevre and Ms. Inman, and thank you to the people that are here today to support you guys, because without the group collectively, this wouldn't have been possible. So we appreciate you and thank you for that. Now, this is kind of the fun part. If you guys would reach up and kind of turn that thing to the side. I want to officially be the first to congratulate our TST BOCES Animal Science Completer Class of 2021. Congratulations. Okay, we have one more little request from you before we turn you loose. When we're all done, if you just carefully walk over, don't want anybody to get hurt on the red carpet, we want to get a program photo beforehand. There's a photo station kind of over there for anybody to take advantage of, and there's also some light refreshments. I want to say thank you to everybody and congratulations to our completers. You guys are good to go?
I know, right? We're like, no, you're fine, Julia.
Yeah. If you like it, thanks.
That's why I timed it. No, yeah. That's right. 13 times. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta get out of the sun. It's hot over there.
Yeah, it gets a little warm.
Good morning.
At least we have that option.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
That's pretty chill.
Yeah. Right?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Yeah, I had to.
That's not something we weren't used to having. That's one of the best parts about out there.
Did you do a breathing treatment?
What's that?
Did you do a breathing treatment?
Well, I took a whole bunch of pills, and I got my pup with me.
It's your lower back more so than most, which is hard.
She's got a few kids, ain't her? Well, I don't know about either that. That's not gonna take too long. Looks like right there, it's only about like 10 kids. Well, it's auto body and auto technology, two different groups.
Yep, here's a Robert. Don't take your eye off. Watch out. We'll talk in a minute.
Well, Alan's the only one from Lansing.
Yep.
What's the star after his name mean?
The little square means technical endorsement recipient. I don't know what that is. High school graduates who are enrolled in a food teaching program may be eligible for receive a technical endorsement.
Did he have to take any kind of Regents?
No, no.
Yeah.
This animal science, what the heck's that about?
I don't know. There's so many different
Yeah,
classes now.
yeah.
Like computer technology. Like there's a whole bunch on here.
Oh, yeah, I see the two pages of
Yeah.
20 different things.
There's criminal justice now.
So I would assume that that's who.
I just didn't want to give out everything we had inside.
Oh, we have plenty.
So the box is getting emptier and emptier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But it's still probably half full.
Yeah.
I still want to get them all out.
Oh, there's,
Yeah.
okay.
I wouldn't worry about that. But anyway, yeah, New Visions has their own program.
How's it going? All right. Oh, yeah, we got some things.
Got a runner.
No, I won't sit down anyway. I can't sit for more time.
Waiting for.
Not today.
Just checking every once in a while.
That's. Lord,
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to TST BOCES 2021 completer ceremony for our auto body program. How's everybody doing? Good. Smile a little bit. There we go. That's good.
Great.
So my name's Kevin Kessler. I'm the career and tech principal. Kind of emceeing our ceremony for today. We have a couple guests with us, but beforehand, just a few kind of miscellaneous items. First off, please be careful on the carpet, even though it's not weighted down. Don't see anybody trip. Once we read your name, if you come back up, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lott, Ms. Nash, kind of get a picture. Then you can move right back around. The key is, move back around, because one person changes it, the rest of the people tend to follow sometimes. So if we keep that moving, it goes okay. Guests, please feel free to come up, take pictures or videos as needed. We're not going to go at any kind of super pace, so you'll have a chance to move if you need to. And we'll get things started. So it's great to see everybody's faces for once. This is one of those times it kind of happened yesterday when I see everybody together. It was hard at the beginning of this year with on days and off days and things being juggled and not seeing as many people as you're used to. In May, I kind of thought it was starting to get better, but I didn't realize what it was like to have everybody together until yesterday and today. So I will say one thing to each and every one of you. I'm very glad to see you. When we started to think about how to say a few words for today, really, for me, it came down to three things. The first word being grit, the second word, wisdom, and the third word, as strange as it might sound, is failure. But if you give me a second, I'll hopefully bring everything back around and show you where that kind of becomes important. When we think of grit, you know, when I look out today and I see each and every one of you guys sitting here, it means you made it. I can assure you it probably wasn't easy. And I don't even know sometimes the struggles that you guys went through between logging in, logging off. Is my internet going to work? What's Google Classroom? Which login do I use? Is it Zoom or is it Google Meet? My mic's not working. I don't know what's happening. And, you know, there was any number of opportunities for you to kind of drift or essentially get lost in some of it, but you didn't. You stuck with it. You came back, sometimes more than even your own home districts would bring you, but you continue to kind of fight and persevere and work through it. And what I want you to know is that, and there's something that's kind of interesting about the idea of grit, is you can't just get it. You have to earn it, and you have to go through something, and you have to get knocked down, and you have to be frustrated, and then you have to get back up and try again. So what's particularly impressive to me when I stand here today is that you all made it. You continue to show up, you continue to get through it, and you complete it. And that says a lot, you know. I'm going to be me for a second, though, because some of you, you know, could be similar to myself probably at your age, and I want you to hear this. I know that you think you did probably all of it on your own, but you didn't. If you look behind you, if you look in front of you, there was people along the way that kept you moving. That sometimes reeled you in, sometimes, you know, sometimes kind of said, hey, get up and get moving. But you had people around that helped. And I think what's important to remember is that there's always going to be help there if you ask. And probably the other key to that is to be aware enough to know it's not always going to look like how you want it to. So you have to be willing to accept that help as it comes. And if you can do that, there's really nothing that you can't accomplish, if you want to know the truth. You know, if you look at the people standing up here, if you look at the people behind you, you've got the support, you've got the skills, you've got the knowledge. I'm going to shift into talking about wisdom now for a second, but because really what I want you to understand is how knowledge and the skills come together to form that wisdom. And it's another piece that's important to take out of here is wisdom is not something that you just pick up a book and you're good to go. It takes time. It takes experiences. It takes sometimes, you know, things not working out the way you want it to. But over the course of all of this, you kind of start to get this sense of yourself. You start to get a confidence in your skill. You start to be able to grow your knowledge. And really what you kind of do is you find your own little groove. And when you can do that, and you can, I like to think of things as racing sometimes for motorcycles. If you could get in that right line, you really could go. And if you can find that track and that groove with exercise and grit, gaining in wisdom along the way, you really have a chance now to win the race. Not just finish, but to win. The final one that might be a little trickier to talk about is failure. You see, failure gets a negative kind of stigma to it, and it shouldn't. In order to fail, you have to show up. In order to fail, you have to start something. In order to fail, you have to be there and be in the moment. And there's a funny thing about that, and I think it's important to think about how you define failure too, because sometimes showing up is the way. Sometimes being in the moment is helping you gain in wisdom. Sometimes it's helping you gain in that strength and the grit part of things. But none of that can happen if you don't first attempt it. So you can't let failure hold you back. You can't let it turn into this thing that prevents you from trying. And I know sometimes even my own kids look at me crazy when I say, I don't care if you fail, I care if you showed up and tried. But that's half the battle, Your CTE program really kind of gave you something right now that you can take with you for good. Nobody can take away from you. You can use it as needed. You can grow in that area, or you can use it as you grow in other areas. But what you've got right now is a foundation and a start that not everybody has. So I hope you take advantage of that, and I hope more than anything, you appreciate your own effort and your own work that you put into this to get where you're sitting today. So with all that being said, I want to say congratulations to you guys. I want you to know, and I want you to think not of this as the end, but the beginning, because it really is. It's the beginning of that next chapter or that next thing you're going to go off and do. And you're well positioned to start. So regardless of what you've got to look forward to, I'm excited for you, and I can't wait to hear how it plays out. So with that being said, we'll kind of get to why we're here in the first place. How's that sound?
Are you here?
Oh. You guys, would I put you to sleep? There we go. Now we got some smiles. I'm like, wait a second here. Either that or some people are like, I can't believe I'm sitting here. That's okay too. You are, and you earned it. So enjoy it. All right? So remember what we asked. If you step up, we'll get your picture, go all the way through, and we'll kind of go take this thing over, okay? I learned from the last time. It's no fun being old. I got to be able to read the names, so you have to humor me. All right. First for today, from our welding program. It is a joy to say Thomas Park, Ithaca, Turning Point High School. Thomas not only earned a technical endorsement, but a teacher award second year and a Teachers Association award. Congrats, buddy. Good seeing you.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Up next, for auto body, Haley Bell, Dryden. Great. Yep.
Yep, right there. Perfect. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Haley. Haley, you might win the award for best reaction. Congratulations. Next, somebody who I'll probably miss seeing. Austin Diaz, Newfield. Austin, technical endorsement. And next, David Fuller Jr., Dryden. David earned his technical endorsement. Up next, Gabriel Green, Dryden. Gabriel earned his technical endorsement. And next, Caitlin Johnston, Candor. Next is Thomas McDougall, Groton. And next is Caleb Park, South Seneca. Kayla earned her technical endorsement, her seal of excellence, and received the teacher award for second year.
One, two, three.
And next, Ava Richardson, South Seneca. Ava earned her technical endorsement, the seal of excellence, and the greatest achievement award second year.
He's too tall.
Alright, look here. One, two, three.
Yeah.
Next is Zaid Sackett, Dryden. Zaid earned his technical endorsement.
Alright, look here. One, two, three.
Yeah, man.
Richie Stetson Jr., Ithaca. Regional alternative school. Richie's a special acknowledgement for today. He was a completer in the 2019-2020 year and was unable to participate, and we wanted to honor him today. Congrats, Richie. And then Alan Wright, Lansing. Alan earned his technical endorsement.
Look here. One, two, three.
Yeah, man.
It's funny because the auto body program is in the building that we collectively call the C building. And I wouldn't probably be doing enough justice if I didn't say it was always a joy to walk through there each day because you never really knew what you might see. But what you always did see, though, were these guys excited. They were engaged in what they were doing. And you could tell that they were growing within whatever their chosen field was. And that is, to me, one of the things that makes what we do here unique. So thank you to each and every one of you, for putting your faith in us and for the work that you put in. Thank you to our, stakeholders, both in person and out there in the virtual world. Thank you to our teachers, because as we've mentioned in the C building world, the idea of a Zoom or a Google Meet and, which classroom's going where and how we're going to move that around probably wasn't something they anticipated in the near future. But everybody collectively kind of pulled together, and it's an honor to say congratulations to our 2021 completers. Now, though, before you take off, we need you to do one last thing. You would take that little tassel you've got and turn that to the side. I want to be the first to officially congratulate our 2021 auto body and welding completers. Congratulations. So we do have one more small favor to ask of everybody. It's not that big a deal, I promise. when we're done, if you could walk over, we want to get a program picture. So we want to get a picture of everybody together. Is that okay? All right. You know, you might not know what the next step is for yourself, but I can tell you this: if you remember the wisdom that your teachers kind of passed on to you, if you remember kind of some of the things that you've experienced during your class time, I'm fairly confident that you'll find your way. So I want to say congratulations. Wish you the best of luck on the next chapter of your journey. Thanks, everybody. And Nance, that was the first time I kind of got jammed up, so I was glad. That was good time. I wasn't paying attention.
Third door.
But she did know you were down there.
Because she kept it until they realized.
Probably a year.
So you have to, if you were I heard tonight, I perfectly did not process.
John returned the calf. Didn't want them. Heather had to go. Probably boys. Boys again. Oh, great.
Oh, they don't do this. Oh. I don't care. Ropes are bad. Where am I going? In front of that. Yeah. Oh, it's.
I guess I can still say good. I guess I can still say good morning. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome. My name is Kevin Kessler. I'm the Career and Tech Principal. I'd like to welcome everybody to our 2021 completer ceremony for computer tech and cybersecurity. It's see smiles. I like this. I like this. When we started to think about this school year, or even more importantly, this group of students in front of us, we know that on March 13th of last year, everything changed for them. And they were asked to do a lot of things that people before them were not. And even in a computer tech and cybersecurity class, I can assure you it probably was not always easy to log on to a Google or to figure out whether it was Zoom or to remember if you're signing in with your home district email or your BOCES email. And then why doesn't this work? But what matters is you made it and you're sitting here today. And that's something that I don't know if we'll totally understand until you guys kind of get older, but it's something that you should, honestly, I hope at some point just take a second and let sink in, because it's a heck of an accomplishment. And you deserve a round of applause for that. So congratulations. When we thought about how to capture, some of your accomplishments in a few words, really three things came to mind for me. The first word being grit, the second word being wisdom, and then the last word, as strange as it might sound, is failure. And if you can humor me for a second. I promise I'll bring that back around to where they all come together. But when we started or introduced things today, we mentioned about your experience, especially for your senior year, with the ups and downs of signing in, signing out, taking your temperature, completing screenings, making sure things were talking correctly and the technology was working. You survived things that no student has before you to sit here today and to be college completers. And that required something that's kind of unique, and that is grit. And the funny part about grit is it's not really something that you can just kind of say, oh, I got it. Or, well, no, I'm good because of today. No, you kind of have to earn that over the course of time. And you have to have the resiliency of showing back up. You have to have the sometimes tenacity, sometimes stubbornness of trying to log in again, or trying to go through this one more time, or trying to reach somebody for help that last time. And, you guys demonstrated all of that over the course of, a year and X number of months. And when right around August or even October for me, so in that time stretch, everybody was always, what's going to happen with these guys? What about what they don't know? What about all this other stuff? And it took me a little bit because I adopted the panic early on, but then I started to think about what it took for you guys to be here on your own. The certain amount of self-learning it took for you to continue to move forward. The steps and the patience you had to put in when you couldn't always ask for assistance. And I started to realize that in the world of education, what you did to sit here today is as real an education as you can ask for a person to participate in. And that's a pretty special accomplishment for this group, and really for any group in this year, but especially these guys that sit in front of us here today. So, grit and that kind of stick-to-itness, that desire to keep moving ahead, that's going to serve you very well in the future. As we start to think about the idea of wisdom, I want to kind of maybe ground you guys a little bit, because I am sure you can do things on computers that I can't even imagine, but that doesn't mean that there's not some wisdom to still be gained. And so right now you have knowledge and you have skill. Mr. Lasser kind of helped with some of those pieces. Some of the things are on your own. Some of them might have even been the people that are here supporting you today. But you're continuing to kind of work through with those skills and that knowledge. What really becomes kind of the key here is to continue to fill that wisdom toolbox. And the strange part about the wisdom is that it's learned over the course of time. I wish I could tell you that when I sat where you sat, I knew it all and that everything was great, but it really wasn't. It took an awful long time to figure some stuff out, just so you know. But when you can kind of anchor into that mindset early on, it gives you a chance to get ahead, and it gives you a chance to move ahead of people at a faster pace. And you guys have that. You have your skills and your knowledge that you're leaving with, and now you can move forward in the next chapter and kind of grow that wisdom to go along with it. There's one thing I do want to take a second, though, just kind of make you aware, because I know that each and every one of you worked your tails off to get here, but you didn't do it alone. Whether it's the people behind you, the people that are watching virtually, the people that are up here with me, you did have help and you did have support along the way. Don't forget to show that gratitude and show that appreciation for the people that did help you, and use that lesson as you move forward to know that you can ask for help when you need it. And then, of course, the other piece to it is, again, I wish somebody told me when I was your age, be smart enough to take the help. It's one thing to ask for it. You also have to be smart enough to take it. And then you got to know that it's not always going to look the way you want it to. Sometimes people really are helping you, even if it's not perfect. So, use those skills as you move forward. I think probably the one that I wanted to end with that might seem the strangest of all is failure. And I wish you all the success in the world, but I really, truly hope that along the way you experience failure. I hope that you find some struggles, because with those struggles, if you think about the stuff we talked about earlier between the grit and the wisdom, those experiences and those failures are great learning opportunities for you to move forward. They're an opportunity for you to continue to grow within that grit and that wisdom. And they're an opportunity for you to really move ahead of things. And if you think about what it takes to fail, first, most importantly, you have to show up. Secondly, you have to try. You have to put effort in. You got to put yourself out there. It's not easy. There's an awful lot of lessons that can be learned as you go out and there's an awful lot of lessons to learn as you go out on this next journey or next chapter of your journey in your life. I think the computer world is a nice place to experience some of that too, because you can run simulations, you can do different things that allow you to kind of gain knowledge and to grow at a faster pace. So I am kind of excited to see what can happen, especially for you guys as you move on to the next chapter of your life. But it's not about me talking to you anymore. This is about you guys and completing. So what I would like to do at this point is we do want to move on to the next part of our ceremony, if that's okay. I see some people smiling. I see some people getting restless. There we go. This has been one of those years that's kind of unique. It's great to see people's faces again, finally, and it's even better to kind of see everybody together. So it's one of those things where I do sometimes even find myself taking a pause and just appreciating the fact that everybody's together here today. So one or two things for you guys, just so you know, okay? Carpet does look nice, but it's not really kind of weighted down, so please be careful. When we call your names up alphabetically, if you would come up, stand right in between Mr. Pollock and Mr. Lassiter, we'll get a picture. To our guests at this point, you can position yourself, take videos, pictures as needed. We won't go at any kind of crazy pace, so we'll make sure people get a chance to do that. We'll go from there. You guys ready to get on with this? Been waiting a year and 2 years for this. Let's go. All right. Okay, so then, without further ado, I'd like to recognize our 2021 TST BOCES Computer Tech and Cybersecurity Completers. Up first, Stephen Alo, Lansing. Stephen in the technical.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
Come right this way. Once we get a picture. Next up, Brooke Barber, driving. Brooke earned her technical endorsement.
Right. 1, 2, 3.
It's funny, I mentioned this about digital media yesterday. The nice part about this group is you get used to seeing people in the morning and seeing people greet you and to kind of kick off your day. And I can say that this particular group especially I'm going to miss, because it was always a good way to start your day when you ran into these guys. And I say that because up next is William Chimento, LACS. Will earn the technical endorsement and the seal of excellence.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Congrats, man. Up next, Alexander Gray, Newfield. Alex earned the technical endorsement and the seal of excellence.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Colin Morey, Groton. Colin earned the technical endorsement and the seal of excellence.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
Michael Newfield. Michael, earned a technical endorsement. As we move on, Brad Simmons, Ithaca. Brad earned a technical endorsement, Seal of Excellence, the Teacher Association Award, and Greatest Achievement in Year 2.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Zachary Sorensen, Dryden, Turning Point High School. Zach earned a technical endorsement.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
And last but definitely not least, Jonathan Thornton, Ithaca, Turning Point High School. Jonathan earned a technical endorsement.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
One of the things that makes what we do here unique is that we do have 13 different CTE programs, 3 World of Work programs, and 3 New Visions programs that kind of cover a wide range of skills and interests. And I can say that each kind of program or building takes its own kind of special feel or own uniqueness to walk through. And I know for myself especially, I'm going to miss walking through the computer tech room and seeing these faces. So I want to say congratulations to you guys. I want to say congratulations to our parents and our stakeholders that are here today, both in person and virtually, to celebrate. I want to say thank you to Mr. Lassiter. And so, one last thing. When you're all done, we need a favor from you. If you go right down the red carpet and head over there, we do want to get a program photo so that we've got a picture of everybody. There's a celebration area that has a slideshow for people to watch. Has some light refreshments if you're interested, as it's getting later in the morning. But not until you guys would reach up and take that tassel and turn it kind of slowly over to the side. I'd like to be the first to congratulate our 2021 Computer Tech and Cybersecurity completers. Congratulations. Well done. At this point, you guys can move on over to there. Thanks.
Right, guys.
Wow.
If you want to leave your chairs here, they'll be fine. If you want to leave your chairs here so that you can go down with refreshments. They're certificates.
Nice to meet you.
What is happening?
Nice job, Lisa.
Good morning. I wish I didn't have to use it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 2021 completer ceremony for our criminal justice program. My name is Kevin Kessler, and I'm the career and tech principal here at the TST BOCES. And I can honestly say it's nice to see everybody's face and in person. A couple of logistical items before we get going. If you notice, the carpet is not necessarily weighted down all that great. Just be careful when you guys come up. We'll call you up alphabetically, which now may look a little different for you when you're moving through. But if you start at the end, come on down next to Mr. Podolak, stand in between Mr. Donahue. You can turn, we'll take a picture. Our guests, you're more than welcome to take pictures, videos, whatever you need. We're not going to go through things at a record pace, so it'll give everybody an opportunity to kind of capture the moment. Sound okay so far? You guys should smile. There you go. You know how long I've had to wait to see everybody's faces, like without masks. Although what I can say I'm proud of this group for is you were by far the first group and one of the most serious groups about advocating to be here, to be in person, and to take part in the hands-on process in person. So, yeah, that's kind of the piece that I'll probably always remember for you guys. So, all right, are you ready to get started? Okay. Did that for a little extra effect. It's interesting because when you think about this year in particular, there's three words that come to mind for me in particular, and that's, grit, wisdom, and as crazy as this might sound, failure. Somebody celebrate you guys, they're just a little late. And I know the failure part might sound weird, but if you humor me, I promise I'll bring that back around. I think that it's kind of fitting for me that this happens to be our kind of last group before lunch, because it gives me a chance to kind of pause and take a breath, and appreciate the young people that are in front of me, because not only did you navigate a pandemic, but you also navigated a very trying time in the very program that you chose. And you did so with a dignity and an honor that I'm not sure many other people could have. And, you know, no matter what happens when I leave this year, one of the things I'm always going to remember is how you guys conducted yourself. And I think that's an outstanding representation of your teacher. It's an outstanding representation of your program. It's an outstanding representation of what we try to do here, your home district, and the people that are here to support you today. Yeah, I had to add that before we got started because that was important to me. So thank you for that. All right. So when I think about those 3 words I left you with, one of the things that really stand out is grit. March 13th of last year, everything kind of changed for you guys and got turned upside down. I'm sure it changed for Mr. Donahue too, because I can say that when he came in and was, you know, very excited about doing this, I don't think he thought about the computer part of it. But just like you guys, we figured it out. It wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, I'm sure many times it would have been easier just to cash it in. When you think about Google Meets and Zooms and classrooms and homeschool or like BOCES, I'm not sure. The internet's not working. What, you know, and I would imagine, if I'm putting myself where you are, that it probably wasn't all that fun. But yet, you kind of stuck with it. You got a little better along the way. And you're really sitting here today in probably the most difficult year in education that we can remember. You've done something that I'm not sure, I know I couldn't have done it, but you completed. And that says a lot about you. And the grit that goes with that, and the reason why that matters is because it's not like you can just say, oh yeah, I got grit. That comes over time. That comes from getting bounced around, things not working out, demonstrating the resilience, you know, getting the wonderful phone calls from myself or Mr. Verdalic saying, oh, by the way, we're going to need you to be remote. You know, each and every time you responded, and you responded with the class and with the dignity that kind of really speaks to your criminal justice program. So honestly, in the realm of your guys' educational experience, I think that you've gotten an experience that will take you far beyond anybody before you. And if you can continue to use that within your chosen field, whether it's in a field of service or whatever that might be, you're going to represent well, and you're going to do both your instructor and us at TST BOCES proud. The next piece that kind of ties to that's interesting, because I thought about how I would want somebody to talk to myself if I was sitting where you guys are sitting, and how it would be presented in a way that I would listen at the same time. And if you think about wisdom, what's important for you to know at this point is wisdom is gained over time. All right, you've been given the knowledge, you've been given the skills, demonstrated those incredibly well. But the next kind of phase as you move forward is gaining that wisdom over time. And it'll come in small bits and small experiences that you won't always, know are happening, but it's about being aware of how those pile up over the course of time. And when you get further along in your journey, you're going to kind of start to hit a stride, and it'll be as that wisdom grows and as that experience starts to pile up. It'll be where that knowledge and that skill starts to meet, and it'll help you move ahead on to what you're going to do next. And I think when I kind of look at what we do here, helping you get ahead of that wisdom journey is really an important piece. Finally, the one that might seem kind of strange, is the idea of failure. And wish that horn would fail. Failure has this negative kind of connotation to it, and I want you to flip that. And I want you to know that every time you fail, you're going to get stronger. And the reason that's going to happen is because in order to fail, you need to show up. You need to try. You need to be present. You need to push yourself and do something that you're probably not all that comfortable with. And if you think back to the grit and the wisdom part of things, every time you fail, you're growing that grit muscle and your grit capacity. And every time you fail, you're filling that wisdom toolbox with things to help you move forward. So I do want you to experience a lot of success, but I do hope that you fail. And I hope that you can learn from them, because I know that for myself and Mr. Bradalik and Mr. Donahue might even agree, probably some of our greatest lessons came not from the things that we were successful in, but from the things that we failed at. And, you know, being able to grow and learn from that is a unique gift. So I really do hope that you go out and do all the things that you want, but I hope that along the way you continue to grow, you continue to exercise that grit muscle that you've already shown, you continue to fill that wisdom toolbox, and you find those unique failures. There's one other small thing I've got to say, though, before we move on to the next part. And I mentioned that I try to think about what I would have wanted to hear. I need each and every one of you to take a second and, you know, appreciate what you've accomplished. But I also need you to know that you didn't do it alone. Whether it's the people behind you, both in person and virtually, or the people standing up here, along the way, you had some people help. So I encourage you to be aware of that. Know not only that you can ask for help, but be willing to. And it might seem strange, but those are kind of separate. And then the only other thing that I want to kind of share with you today is that be aware enough to know that help will look a whole bunch of different ways. It might not always be exactly what you want, but it'll usually be enough to get you where you need to go, or to get you through what you need to get through. So, with that being said, I hope you can take those things with you. And I'd like to move on to the next part of what we're going to do. Well, you guys look awful serious. No, there's now we're getting somewhere. All right. Are you ready? Just be nice. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our 2021 Criminal Justice Completers. Up first, Colby Corwin Watts, Lansing. Colby earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you know. Up next, Ian DeFore, South Seneca. Ian earned a technical endorsement and security guard training certificate.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Patrick MD, Ithaca. Patrick earned a technical endorsement, a seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate. Abigail Jackson, Trumansburg. Abby earned a technical endorsement, a seal of excellence, security guard training certificate, Teachers Association Award, and Teachers Award second year. Yes. Owen Leiter, Trumansburg. Owen earned his technical endorsement, seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Gabriel Miller, Ithaca. He earned security guard training certificate.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Yvonne Morris, Ithaca. Yvonne, it's Kevin, right? You think I know how to pronounce? Yeah, sorry, Kevin. You'd think I know how to pronounce that name.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
Kevin earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate, and the humor award. Thanks for tolerating me, man. Sorry, I added that one. Up next, Ryan Putnam Cole, Newfield. Ryan earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate. Next we have Nolan Small, Lansing. Nolan earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, and security guard training certificate.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Let's move along. Grace Snyder Hall, Dryden. Grace earned a technical endorsement, security guard training certificate.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
Up next, William Sorensen, Dryden. Will earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, security guard training certificate.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
As we move forward, Lila Stone, Groton. Lila earned a seal of excellence and security guard training certificate.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
And last but definitely not least, Carolyn Verrett, Ithaca. Carolyn earned a technical endorsement, seal of excellence, security guard training certificate, and greatest achievement second year. It's interesting when I look out at these guys. I can definitely say that we're going to miss you. I appreciate all of the patience and really just the class you've conducted yourself with. We appreciate the time and the effort that Mr. Donahue have put in. Both himself and Mr. Barrett have done an excellent job stabilizing a program and bringing those real experiences that we needed to you guys. And what was even more interesting probably to see, but not surprising, was how you responded as those experiences present themselves. So, I want to say thank you to you guys one last time. Thank you to Mr. Donahue. Thank you to all of our stakeholders, and I'm sure probably heard from Mr. Podolak and I at some point, or worked through some other things for this year. But all of your effort and your support was greatly appreciated on our end. And I think that the mere fact that we have such a great group to celebrate as completers today speaks to that. So thank you, everybody. All right, we have one last kind of school item before we turn you loose. When we get all done, we need you to kind of take the red carpet one last time. If you head on over, we have a reception area, but we also want to get a program photo. Even with you guys, it's interesting to see everybody's faces. I've said this a few times, but it is almost freezes you a few, because when you look out and you see people's face all of a sudden, you haven't seen it so long, it's like, oh, there it is. I remember that. Then you add to it some of the smiles, and it reminds you why you do what you do. So, if you would humor us one last time and kind of head over, we would get a picture as a group. However, before we do that, I need you to do us a favor. Everybody ready? All right, if you'll reach up, take that wonderful little tassel and turn it over to the side. I want to be one of the first people to congratulate our 2021 criminal justice complete. Congratulations, everybody. All right, as they say, you take one last walk, greatly appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
I'll go hang out there with Ian.
While we bring it.
You want to put it under box?
Get him, Daddy.
Oh, jeez, why?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm kind of smiling because yesterday at this time I was pretty much thoroughly frozen. So this is a much nicer day. My name is Kevin Kessler. I'm the Career and Tech Principal here at TST BOCES. I'd like to welcome everyone this afternoon as we look to celebrate our 2021 culinary completers. Y'all should smile more. You earned it. There we go. It's interesting because there's a lot that can be said over the course of the last year, and yet we always try to keep things concise enough, and to a point. But it's just hard when you think about everything that's transpired since March 13th of last year. Specifically for our culinary students. You know, it's hard in the virtual world to practice those skills. Yet somehow you made it work. You know, I guess when I think about the year that we had, there's three words that I anchor into. The first word being grit, the second word being wisdom, and last word, as strange as this might sound, being failure. And if you humor me, I can bring that kind of back around to explain why I feel like failure is an important word, an important process. So, if you'll indulge me for a couple minutes, I'd appreciate that. How's that sound? All right?
Sure.
All right. I already mentioned that in March 13th of last year, everything changed. And I think it'll be difficult for anybody but anybody that's completing this year to really totally understand that. But I also think that makes you the member of an elite group. You went through things that nobody before you went through. You had to deal with Google Meets, with Zooms, with do I use my district login or do I use my TST login? Wait, where's that assignment? Am I in the right classroom? You know, all of these different things that would pop up that prior to last year we would not have thought of. Well, that's going to be interesting when it end. But over the course of that time, something happened. Boy, this thing's going to be 3 feet high by the time we get done with it. Over the course of that time, something happened. What that something was, it really is called grit. You demonstrated your resilience by showing back up. Sometimes it was even after a couple of days, but you found the desire and the time to check in. You showed back up this year and went through various processes. You got the experience of running essentially a full restaurant and trying to figure out how to adapt to COVID, paying attention to the Department of Health, all on the fly. You had, in many ways, as complete a life education as you could have possibly gathered in a short amount of time. And what's most important is you're all sitting here today, right now, as completers. You know, those pieces, those desires to show back up, the diving back in, those aren't easy for people. They're not easy for the adults that are present here today. They're not always easy for the adults that are standing up here. You know, and you demonstrated that, and you did that. One thing I will add, because when we talked about this, I tried to think about what I would have wanted somebody to tell me when I sat where you're sitting, even if I'm not totally sure I would have listened. But it is that, you should take a moment at some point and just take a breath and really let it sink in what you've accomplished, what you've learned, what you've done, what you've grown through to get to where you're sitting right now. Each and every one of you deserve that, and I hope that you do that. One other piece, though, I want to add to it. It's just good for you to hear. Even with as stubborn and as tough as you are, you didn't do it alone. The people behind you, the people out in the virtual world, the people up here, they were there to help. They were there to support, and you responded and such. What I caution everybody about as they're leaving is to remember it's okay to ask for help, and remember it's okay to accept help. The weird part about the help is it doesn't always look the exact way you want it to, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. So you used a lot of these skills to get through this year. Please don't forget them. When we talk about wisdom, it's interesting. Yesterday, going through this, I got stopped, and it was actually a local chef that said to me, we have a saying in the kitchen that knowledge is knowing that, let's see if I can get this right, the tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. So I thought that was kind of interesting and a piece to share out, because it does speak to the difference, right? You've gained and you've grown in your knowledge and your skill from the first day you came here. You truly have. You're in excellent hands. Probably 10 of my COVID 30 pounds is from the bistro this year, so thank you for that. You guys have done outstanding. But be smart enough to take a step back and know that wisdom, like grit, is gained over time. It's gained over experience. It happens by listening to those around you, by observing. But you're using all of these experiences as you grow to complete your toolbox. And it's one that you started when you chose to come here in the first place. And I think what's exciting for me when we sit here and we think about all of the completers that we have this year is that each and every one of you will leave here with a skill that can't be taken away from you. You will always have the ability to know and work within the kitchen, understand your own skill set, and leverage that moving forward, no matter what you do. And that's huge. That is a step ahead of just about everybody else around you. So you've already demonstrated an awareness of why those things are important. Just keep gaining that and keep growing in that wisdom as you move along. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the last one that might seem a little strange to talk about on the day that we're celebrating, and I want to emphasize when I say celebrating, we're not celebrating the end of anything. We're celebrating the beginning of your journey. The beginning of really the next chapters in your book, and the fact that along the way you guys have managed to take control of the pen or the pencil or the keyboard or whatever you want to finish the story with. But you're your own authors now, and you have those ability and those skills to write your own story. So we're celebrating really that next chapter, not the end. With that though, and this is the thing, I don't want anybody to be mistaken. It's not that I don't wish you all the success that you'll find, but I do hope that you experience some failure along the way. Because if this year's taught us anything, it's that failure forces us to grow. Failure means you showed up time and time again. Failure means you put the effort in to whatever was asked of you, more often than not when you probably didn't want to do it. Failure means you took control of things for yourself, and you grew in that grit, and you grew in that wisdom, and you used those things to get to where you're sitting right now. So I hope that as we talk about this next chapter in your guys' journey, that you don't forget those lessons that you learned, not just from your time here, but from this most insane year in education, and that you can use those as you continue to move forward. Because I truly believe that in the future, people won't be talking about the things the class of 2021 didn't get. They'll be talking about all the things you did get that we couldn't have provided without the nudge of a pandemic. So I hope that, as tired as you might be, that you find some enjoyment in today and in the coming kind of weeks. But I also hope that you use all those lessons to the best of your ability and go out and do the things that we know you're capable of. How's that sound? See some people, there we go. I get some smile. It's like a roller coaster sometimes. All right, so without further ado, why don't we get into what we're here for? I got to go over just a few logistics, okay? Just so that we can kind of make things work right. Carpet looks nice. It's a little wavy. Please be careful walking up across it. Okay? No, you want to see anybody kind of be clumsy on us. When we call your name, if you would start at the end, come down. Ms. Fitz will hand you your certificate. If you pause for a picture, that way we'll be able to capture that. Stakeholders, please feel free to take pictures, videos, anything that you kind of need. We won't go at any kind of crazy pace. We're trying to avoid stuff, so we'll try to make sure that we build in time for everybody to capture the moment. How does that sound so far? Good? All right. Well, then, it is my honor to be able to introduce to everybody the 2021 Culinary Arts Completer class at TST BOCES. All right, here we go. Isaac Bell, Newfield. Isaac earned a technical endorsement.
Look here. 1, 2, 3. Isaac.
Yeah, sorry, bud. Everybody will follow you if you do that. Mackenzie Burgess, Candor. Mackenzie earned a technical endorsement. Up next, Brooke Elster, Groton. Brooke earned a technical endorsement and the seal of excellence.
I'm hugging your children. We may or may not have done this in the classroom a few times. So, see.
All right, look here. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Up next, Daniel Gunther, Dryden. Daniel earned a technical endorsement and the seal of excellence.
Look here. 1, 2, 3.
This is one of those ones where I just have to acknowledge my age. As we move along, Chloe Hackett, Candor.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
It's ridiculous, we know, but
Hey, we've said this a few times over the last day and a half. If there's one thing we've learned over the course of COVID, it's the importance of humor and being able to kind of just roll with things. Up next, Caden Hayes, Trumansburg. Caden earned a technical endorsement, a seal of excellence, Teachers Association Award, and Greatest Achievement Award, second year.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Denver Jones, Lansing.
All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
Mason Lehman, LACS. Up next, Ethan McCaver, Ithaca.
All right, look here. All right, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. All right.
Congrats, man. Up next, Taylor Meeks, South Seneca.
I gotta hold myself up though. I'm like holding people.
Sorry, honey. And your tassel. Sorry.
You know, we're just going with it. All right, look here. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Congrats, Taylor.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Moving along, Samantha Myers, Lansing. Cameron, technical endorsement is a Skills USA participant. Received the Seal of Excellence and a Teacher Association Award.
She makes me cry all the time. That's okay. Let's stay tough today.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, look here. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
And last but definitely not least, AJ Tatusko. AJ is a Skills USA participant and a technical endorsement and a Seal of Excellence and won a Teacher Award in the second year.
Yeah, AJ.
Good job. All right, look here. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Good job, AJ.
Congrats, man. I think as I think about breaking the podium.
I just want you to know I practiced how to say his last name all year so I could get it right at this moment. I'm not even announcing the kid.
Of course you did, Vicki. Of course you did.
Fitz, did I get it right?
You sure did.
Okay.
Nailed
Don't say
it.
mine right.
I did it wrong? I think one of the highlights of my year wandering through is at the end, these guys did a cook-off with MREs and meal replacements. And when I say the level of creativity that came out of that activity, complete with the descriptions, I was floored by the presentation, but I think really most importantly what completely blew me away was the fact that everything really did taste great. When you think about the creativity they put into it and the way they spun some of those things, I can't say that there wasn't some nervous moments trying those, but each time it was like, wait a second, that's really good. Give me a little more. So it's funny because each kind of program has their own skill set and their own flair to it. But these guys would be just like everybody else. I'm going to miss walking through there. I'm still a little stunned at seeing everybody's face for the last time. It does knock my feet out from under me still. But I can say that I'm glad that everybody's here, and I want to congratulate each and every one of you for the work you put in this year. So. All right, we got one more kind of school type request for you, and that's that when we get down, if you do us a favor and you kind of take the red carpet over in a kind of celebration area, we'd like to get a program photo with everybody, so the class together. And then there's a photo area and some other refreshments for everybody else. So, sound like a plan so far?
Yep.
Okay, we got one last thing. Yeah, that's kind of nice too. One last small favor, if you would reach up and take that kind of tassel and you would slowly turn that to the side. I want to be one of the first people to congratulate our 2021 completer class of culinary arts. You guys are having fun. Thank you, everyone. It's not easy to say this, and I know that we're celebrating the next chapter, but we are going to miss you. Thank you for your effort, and best of luck to you in the future.
Woohoo! Okay, let's go party.
All the best.
Let's go time, baby. Let's go, baby.
Caden Hayes, Lauren.
Swedish. Dude, I literally just gave those to you. Don't forget what What's up, dogs? I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Sure.
It was longer than most.
Yes, absolutely. I'll open them up. Yep, yeah. When I hand you the certificate, I'll hand you the, okay.
Oh yeah, first row guys.
Just like the planner, right?
It's on the right.
So welcome, everyone. How are you today? There's the smiles. There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kessler. I'm the Career and Tech Center principal. Here today to celebrate our 2021 New Visions class, and in particular, health and medical. And I think last time I saw a lot of you guys, you were dancing and jumping all over the place.
Moves.
Actually, it might have been as cold as it was yesterday down there. Nah, you guys did. No, you guys did an outstanding job. Not that I'm surprised, but it's still worth letting you guys know that. Sorry, everyone. It's kind of first time. We don't know. With New Visions being pretty much embedded on the Cuban Med campus, it's harder to get a chance to see these fine young people as much as we'd like to. So it's just fun sometimes to catch up. It was interesting because I started to think about what are some of the things we would want to say. What are some of the things I want to hear if I was sitting where you're sitting? We offer a wide range of programming here at TST, of which you guys are part of, and it's part of the joy of what I get to call a job, because we meet so many needs and we reach so far across the kind of educational spectrum. So what I really realized is some of the stuff for today is pretty similar, but there's a few kind of unique tweaks I want to put on it. So with that being said, if you humor me for a couple of minutes, and then we'll get on to everything. Sound good? All right. When, and you guys, it's interesting because some of our programs earlier, and when March 13th had a last year, everybody was, already enrolled, but you guys weren't. You had to start a year and commit to a year that was relatively uncertain, as to what those experiences might look like. As a matter of fact, I think, Dr. Hightower, we were at the recruitment event. Yeah, like a day later. Yep.
It wasn't the open house was what, like?
It was. I feel like it was either Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
And then Friday, I was standing in front of these guys saying, "Yeah, we're not really sure what will happen, but stay posted." And then everything changed. But you chose to stick with it, and in the end, I'll tie this back to something I promised. But sticking with it and having some faith, really, by everything that I saw and heard, led to a great experience for you. And as adults, we like to say, if you trust the process, it's going to work out. Knowing that most of the time it does, but it doesn't always. So I was really grateful, but also proud that the process did work out. Sorry, I struggle with the P's a little bit. That the process did work out for you guys. So, you think about, or I think about the three words that I would talk about or use to describe this year. It really comes down to three things. The first of which being grit, the second being wisdom, and then the last one, strange as this might sound, speaking to you folks, is failure. And as I said before, if you give me a chance, I'll try to tie all this together. But the interesting part about something like grit is it takes time to grow. It takes time to demonstrate that resilience enough to keep building that muscle and that inner strength to keep showing up. And when I think about everything for this year, it really gave the class of 2021 an opportunity to experience and grow that concept of grit long before most people would have. You got a chance to go through some things and to experience some things that nobody else could have. And it's easy for a lot of people to talk about all of the opportunities that might have been missed, but I don't know if we pay enough attention to the opportunities that presented itself over the course of this year. And, your experiences within the medical field, I'm pretty sure you guys know what you want to do or don't want to do, and got a firsthand look at some things that most people you're going to be in school with did not. And a lot of that started out with your own grit and your own faith in the New Visions program. So, I congratulate you for sticking with it. And from what I've been told is that for just about everybody, the experience really paid off. Interestingly enough, I panicked a little bit because I've said this a few times, people, not in the medical profession, nor did I sign up for that. But there were a lot of things I didn't totally understand going into this year. And Dr. Hightower and I were in a Zoom with one of the doctors at Cuba Med, and to hear this professional speak with I don't want to say calm, it was a confidence, and it was a very systematic approach to things. It kind of was one of the turning points for me. It's like, oh, wait, we can do this. And it was reassuring. And it provided us faith in that, you guys were in good hands. Because really, it wasn't a matter of whether or not it was an option. That's the interesting part. It was more of, well, these are the things we're going to do, and these are the things we're going to adjust, and this is actually going to be a great opportunity for these young people. And that there's a few kind of key moments that stuck with me over the course of this year, but that was one of them. It was an interesting kind of just shift for myself being a part of that. When you think of wisdom, I don't think there's any question that each and every one of you is highly intelligent. It's the idea, though, that knowledge and skill start to kind of come together. And they come together over the course of time. They come together with experience. And they start to lead to this really authentic confidence in how you tackle your day-to-day, just really life. And they establish kind of this feeling, and it's hard because at 46 I'm still learning, but it wasn't something I got until later in life. It just kind of gives you this, we got this, I got this, and the people around us are going to be a part of it. But I encourage you in all of your pursuits to continue to grow your wisdom, not just your knowledge and not just your skill, but your wisdom. And you really got a huge head start of that with the different experiences on rotations and the things that you did this year. So please continue along that path. But also, and this is the hard part, because I realize you're a lot different than I would have been at your age, but that's okay. I can still help in ways. What I encourage you to always do is to truly listen, because when you listen, it allows you to grow that wisdom a lot faster. It allows you to hear and pick up on patterns that are around you. It allows all of that knowledge to really go to work a lot faster. So I encourage you to listen to those around you. Don't be afraid to ask for help, especially, and this is the thing. Do I realize you guys would have been fine even in a pandemic academically? Sure. But in the same token, I bet it wasn't as easy as you would have wanted it to be. I'm sure there were days you wish you didn't have to sign in. I'm sure there were days you wondered which login we were using or which classroom are we in or where do I find the schedule. Or you just went, not another Zoom. You know, but you kind of stuck with that. And, you know, at some point, somebody along the way helped you. Whether it's the people behind you or the people up in front of you. But somewhere along the way, somebody gave you a little bit of assistance, a little bit of a nudge, a little bit of that push just to keep going. And I want you to realize that that help will always be there as long as you know enough to listen and to ask. The sad part is it won't always be like exactly as you want it, but it's always there. So, you know, be aware that it's okay to ask for help. Be aware that it's always going to be there, and you know, be willing to accept that help in the form that it's offered. There's a humbleness that goes with this too. And then, of course, the last thing, and this is going to be weird, but I do want to talk about failure. You know, and I know that in schools, failure doesn't get exactly the respect that it deserves or the acknowledgement that it deserves because it takes an awful lot to really fail. You have to show up. A lot of times you don't want to. You have to put effort in. You have to go outside of your comfort zone. If you think back to the things you're not always successful in, they're usually the things you're not always a fan of. So when you bring it back to grit and wisdom, really what grows those two things as you continue to move forward in your career is experiencing that failure. I don't doubt that you'll experience success, and I wish you all the success in the world. But I really, truly do want to see you fail once in a while because it'll help you grow. It'll help keep you moving forward. It'll bring you to really that level that you're capable of. So as strange as it sounds, I do wish you some failures, even though I wish you all the success in the world as you move forward. I think you guys are an outstanding group. I've enjoyed the virtual interactions. I enjoyed even seeing the dance version. Mr. Medallic and I aren't always used to those things right now, but you know, we had to grow a little bit too.
We loved your music choices.
Dr. Hightower. We all.
It was intriguing. I definitely realized I'm old. But truly, congratulations. We wish you all the best. I'm very grateful that you had faith in us. I'm grateful for all the extra effort Dr. Hightower put into this year because there's not going to be a way to capture the stress that our New Visions teachers felt this year with how they were going to replicate what they normally did. And it all happens because of you guys and the effort you put in. But I am grateful that they stuck with it as well because I know it wasn't easy. And I know there were times that it came down to what am I going to do or how am I going to help everybody get to where we want them to get. So I do believe that was a partnership. I believe it was a partnership with the people in the audience, both in person and virtually. I believe it was a partnership with the home districts. I believe it was a partnership with yourselves and their story, and another lesson to take out of this. So with that being said, let's go through a few of the reasons why we're here today. That's all. All right, now we're smiling. I think they wanted me to stop talking. Okay, show my age for a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my both pleasure and honor as we acknowledge the 2021 New Visions Health and Medical class. First up, and we know this name, she was going to help with the prom. Hope Carnes, Ithaca High School. Hope will be attending the University of Pittsburgh School of Nursing and aspires to pursue a career as a nurse practitioner. Congrats. Sorry, just had to check my order. As we move along, Caitlin Merriman, Newfield High School. Caitlin is attending Tompkins Cortland Community College for nursing. What are we doing? So here's what we'll do so we get this, get Caitlin. Caitlin is attending Tompkins County Community College for nursing, aspires to pursue a career as a neonatal or pediatric nurse practitioner. Congratulations, Caitlin. Up next, I see you last name. All right. Sophia Murad, Newfield High School. Sophia is attending the University of Vermont to explore the options. Congrats, Sophia. I know, it's a lot of You can see why we reference the dance. He says, that's a great group. Next, we have Kaylee Payne, Ithaca High School. Kaylee is attending Marshall University for nursing and aspires to be a nurse midwife. Move through our program. Up next, Mackenzie Stark, Lansing High School. Mackenzie is attending the University of Buffalo to pursue a bachelor's in nursing and aspires to pursue a career as an ED or surgical nurse. Whoa, that is.
She got the memo.
Up next, Isabella Steffi, Lansing High School. Isabella is attending University of Pittsburgh for nursing and aspires to pursue a career as a nurse anesthesiologist. How do I say that? Wow. Let's try this one again. Anesthetist.
There you go.
As we move along. And last. Maggie Trumbull, Ithaca High School. Maggie's attending King's Rockport and aspires to pursue a career as an emergency room nurse practitioner.
1, 2, 3.
Good job.
Oh, the pressure. One last thing before we conclude our kind of ceremony for today. We want to take a moment and we want to recognize Hope Carnes. Hope was awarded our Park Scholarship for our New Vision student. Congratulations, Hope.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting when you think about all the different things you can say, but when you go almost program by program, it gives you a little bit of a chance to customize things. What I really want to say to you guys is thank you. Your list of accomplishments and your desires to continue in the field of healthcare and medicine is huge, especially given this year. So it's exciting to hear the things that you guys are doing. At some point, I might bring my own daughter down because she's hoping to be a New Vision student at some point. So congratulations and best of luck in the future. Thanks, everybody. I forgot there's one last housekeeping item, but you guys won't worry about it too much. I broke the podium earlier, sorry. If you would, when we're done, kind of follow the red carpet now. We want to get a picture together as a program. So I also invite our guests. There's a picture area over there. There's a celebration kind of area that has some light refreshments. Please feel free to enjoy. Thanks, everybody. You guys are okay. All right, hold on, he's back for a second.
No, just kidding, just kidding.
Yep. This is what happens when I shift programs. All right. This thing, yeah, we gotta move her back. No cheating.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
In that wonderful tradition, what I'd like to invite each one of you to do right now is to reach across, slowly slide that tassel over the side, and be one of the first to congratulate on 2021 New Vision's Health Completers. Congratulations, everybody. Sorry. Congratulations.
I know that one.
Jeff, do you want the awards over there? Okay. Oh.
It is. Thank you. Thank you.
I was gonna ask you if you wanted.
There it is.
I'm going to say cool, right?
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
All
afternoon.
right.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to take a second to say welcome. My name is Kevin Kessler. I'm the Career and Tech Principal here at TST BOCES, and this is our 2021 New Visions Engineering End of Year Celebration. So welcome, everyone. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. To our students, just be careful on the carpet, please. It is kind of stretched out, but I don't want to jinx it, but we've been lucky so far. Just to throw that challenge out there. When your name's called, if you start kind of at the end as you come through, stand with Mr. Syracuse and Mr. Podolic for a picture. Guests, you're more than welcome to take videos, move around as you need it. We're not going to go at any kind of crazy pace, so we'll make sure everybody has plenty of opportunity. The only thing we'll ask though is if you're the first person or even kind of the fourth or fifth, please follow all the way out, because you know the lemming effect will kick in sometimes if you turn around too quick to sit. Everybody else tends to follow, so try to humor us, okay? All right, some of y'all are smiling, some of you look way too serious. You should be happy. Like, you're done. You've earned it. I'm looking at this list. I'm going to get in trouble because it's upstate New York, but somebody's going to Duke University, which I'm very proud of. Yeah, I'm a lifelong fan, so get me in trouble. It's interesting because one of the absolute joys that we have here at TST BOCES is the wide range of programming that we cover, of which New Visions is one of. So it's an honor to kind of sit here today and think about how to offer some congratulations and yet a few kind of closing remarks for you guys as you move on to the next chapter and what I'm sure will be a long and successful life. But it wouldn't be a teacher. I wouldn't be the teacher in me if I didn't at least take the opportunity to try. So one thing I can say, I know that I cannot compete with Mr. Syracuse. He's got an energy and kind of a goal that I don't know, that I'm not up to that one. So I'm not even going to try, just so you know. No. No, I can honestly say that Mr. Syracuse, as do a lot of our teachers, but when I go into the classroom, it's hard sometimes to be businesslike because I want to jump in with the things you guys are doing. So, it was a really nice experience on my part when I came here to be able to see that kind of different approach and to see the effort that goes into preparing you guys for what's next. So normally I do this a little later, but it seems like a good time to transition. I would honestly like to just say thank you to Mr. Syracuse for all the effort, all of the stress, all of the up and down of trying to replicate something that, and maybe what it really came down to was we weren't replicating it. We were doing and engineering what was in front of us. And it really did, from everything that I've seen, everything that I've heard from the people in the audience today, really was a very, very successful and rewarding journey. So thank you for that. Andy got me because we were talking about Adonis Huxley, so I had to read at least one of the first parts. No, it's interesting. When I thought about things to say, I wanted to try to come up with something that would be a theme that would resonate across all programs, but yet be a little bit adaptable as each group went through. And really what I anchored into was three things, or three words, essentially. The first one being grit, the second one being wisdom, and then the last one, which the irony of saying this to Vision students is not lost on me, failure. Just saying. But I think if you give me a second, or humor me for a minute, I can kind of bring all those things together into something that I hope you can take with you when you leave here today. This is an interesting group because for you guys, March 13th, when it changed, you were in your home districts. Recruitment was over. We were completing the application process. We were scrambling, trying to figure out how to conduct interviews as we always have. And really, we were adapting as things allowed, as were you guys. But somewhere along the way, you decided to commit, and commit a very important year to Mr. Syracuse, to the TST BOCES New Visions Engineering Program. And that took a leap of faith. You know, that took, and I don't know if anybody would admit it, but it would be natural for you to say, well, yeah, I had to try to think about it a little bit, or I wasn't told with it. And I mentioned earlier, really every single thing that I saw and every single piece of information I heard got really one of the most meaningful experiences that could have been provided in probably the strangest time in education. I know that you started out to here sometimes. We settled in at the TC3 campus. You had a couple different classrooms. You know, there was a lot of really adapting, a lot of kind of change. You know, a lot of perseverance at times. You know, and all of those pieces, they kind of collectively come together in this thing that's called grit. And the funny part about something like grit is it's not really just, oh yeah, you got it, you're good. You have to go through some experiences. You have to go through some struggles. You have to go through and kind of continuously show resilience, continuously adapt, continuously change. And more, what's interesting about all of those things is they're kind of key pieces that make people really successful in the long run. Sorry about the P's. I struggle with those sometimes. There's too many there at once. But over the course of time, you really got a chance to not just experience an opportunity to practice it, to work through it, but really to grow in that skill set. People wondered, especially early on, myself included, you know, oh, what's going to happen with the class of 2021? Are they going to get all those same experiences? Are they going to be ready? And I'll admit to being an early adopter, probably right up to about October. But then I kind of started to realize something. I don't think it's about the things you're not getting. I think it's about all the things you got through the journey. I think it's about all those experiences that you went through and you overcame and you continue to kind of figure out. You know, you really lived through this thing firsthand and in person and got a chance to be pushed in a way that no student before you has been. So when I sit back and I really think about it, I think that the opportunity to go through what you went through is really going to be what defines you, because you got experiences that we couldn't have replicated or planned for. And, you know, if I kind of create that transition into the next word that I use, which was wisdom, that's huge because wisdom is, it's very similar to grit. It's not just something that, oh, look, read the book, I got wisdom. You know, more than most people before me, you guys have the knowledge. You practiced and you honed a whole bunch of new skills this year. But wisdom is one of those things that kind of takes time. It takes some experience. It's really where that skill and knowledge starts to come together. And you end up with what I can only describe as this kind of inner confidence in your own ability to get through the next thing or to tackle what's put in front of you. And I encourage each and every one of you to recognize the importance of that, but also embrace the journey to get there. You know, I know that when I sat where you said, I'd like to think that I knew everything and that I didn't need anybody. But time can be the greatest teacher sometimes. And it showed me the importance of the people behind you, the people in front of you, and the people that you've yet to meet as you go along on this journey. So, you know, when I encourage you to think about wisdom, I encourage you to think about not the knowledge and the skill, but where that meets with the experience, both good and bad, and how you can use that as you move forward. One kind of piece that I do want to encourage you in, especially where you guys sit, remember to stay humble. And I say that because when I sat where you sat, I was under the impression that I did everything on my own. And it took me a long time to realize not so much. There was a lot of people that helped along the way. As we mentioned before, the people behind you, the people in front of you. Sometimes it's people you didn't even expect. But it's being aware enough to see when that help is offered and being humble enough to take it. It's not always going to look the way you want it to, but it'll be enough to get you to that next place. So be aware, listen, you know, keep your eyes open, but build your wisdom as you go. And, you know, when you need it, don't be afraid to ask for help. The last thing that I mentioned that might seem strange talking to you folks is failure. And, you know, in school we talk about failure as this awful thing, like it's not allowed, you know. I think it's one of the more encouraging things that I picked up on Mr. Syracuse started teaching early on. Like, what do you mean it's not allowed? That's how we learn. That's how we grow. You know, when you fail, you have to try. You have to show up. A lot of times when we experience failure early on, they're in things that we're not always good at or that we're not comfortable with. And if you continue to seek out that process and continue to learn, what you're going to find is the grit I mentioned earlier and the wisdom I talked about will grow exponentially as a result of those opportunities. So I wish you, and I'm sure you will find a ton of success in the future. Believe it or not, I wish you a little bit of failure too once in a while, because I think it'll keep you growing. And I think those failures, and I know this part, those of you that are able to learn and capitalize on those will reach your potential. So when I think about things I wish I was told when I sat where you are, that would be it. So, all right, now let's get to why you guys wanted to be here today. It's funny how the smiles go up and down sometimes. It's another joy of, I'm going to try to blame COVID, but I realize it's just age. All right, I get the honor of recognizing and celebrating our 2021 New Visions Engineering class. Up first, I might know this young man. Noah King, Trumansburg High School. Noah will be attending Rochester Institute of Technology for Mechanical Engineering, and Noah aspires to pursue a career in the automotive industry. Wrong page? Never mind.
Stand back.
You gotta get Noah's first.
We had them in alphabetical.
No, don't look so serious. I was joking, man.
Wrench in my organization.
Is he really in our class? We don't know.
Oh my gosh, there.
Do we have anybody that'll vouch for that? Come on, man. You gotta get a picture.
Noah.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those things, and I say this a lot, maybe more than I should sometimes, but we make a lot of mistakes, you know, and sometimes you just roll with it. So Noah, I am sorry. I didn't realize there was a front page. Imagine that. I just looked at the numbers. All right, let's try this a second time. Moving on. Ian Barron, Newfield High School. Ian plans on attending soon in Binghamton for mechanical engineering and aspires to pursue a career designing prosthetics. That's okay.
You did?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
Well, I threw the about face when I read from the wrong page. Up next, Molly Brown, Newfield High School. Molly is attending ESF for Environmental Resources and Engineering and aspires to pursue a career in sustainable research around the world. Up next, Jackson Crocker, Dryden High School. Jackson is attending Princeton University for Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering and aspires to pursue a career as an engineer.
All right, Jackson.
Moving on. Eric Davis, Trumansburg High School. Eric is attending Boston University for Engineering and aspires to pursue a career in renewable energy. This guy's got me nervous now. I'm afraid I made another mistake.
Fail.
Listen, when they say it takes a village, you have no idea the city I'm dragging behind. Up next, Ian Hunter, Trumansburg. Ian's attending the University of Buffalo for computer science and aspires to pursue a career as a programmer.
I look here, 1, 2.
Ian, I'll have to hold on for 1 second. Can you take a second? This is a good thing, buddy. Ian also received our Park Foundation Award, one of 2 scholarships we give out to new students each year. Congratulations, Ian.
Okay, I won't.
All right. I hope I get this last name here. Zoe Kegel. Newfield High School. Zoe's attending Northeast State to explore options and decide on an interesting career path. Zoe, with you guys, this is fun to say. I did that like 4 times. I'll say though, I can say this wholeheartedly. I got it right. This is a nice place to be. I talk about this often, but I got probably the luckiest job in the world. So keep searching. You find it eventually. Up next, Sojin Lee, Ithaca High School. Sojin is attending Cornell University for Engineering and aspires to pursue a career in engineering.
Look here, 1, 2, 3.
As we move along, Logan McDonald, Lansing High School. Logan is attending the Rochester Institute of Technology for Engineering and aspires to decide on a career in the Engineering Exploration Program.
Look here.
All right, Logan, hold on 1 second. Got a good good news is now I'm like, okay, maybe this is good. It's not all bad. Logan was also a recipient of our Teachers Association Award. Congratulations, Logan. Up next, I'm going to go with the gut. Benjamin Melker, Lansing High School. Benjamin's going to attend Cornell University for mechanical engineering and aspires to pursue a career in engineering. Congratulations. Up next, Dean Shearer, Schumansburg High School. He's attending Cornell University for mechanical engineering and aspires to pursue a career as a senior design engineer. You could almost like say I did this on purpose, I didn't, I promise. And rounding out today, Hannah Tybel, Lansing High School. Sorry, Hannah. Anna, oh my goodness. Oh, 1 second. In addition to attending Duke University for civil engineering, and Hannah, see, aspires to pursue a career in sustainable engineering. She also was a recipient of our Teachers Association Award. Congratulations. You guys probably wouldn't guess public speaking is not a strength of mine. You know, it's something to see everybody's faces. It's one of those things that for you guys not running Indy as often, when everybody comes down and I look at everybody's whole face, it still kind of takes my breath away a little bit, or adds kind of like that distraction, because it's just not something that I ever thought would be a thing I'd be saying. But it is nice to have everybody together. It's nice to get a chance to celebrate your accomplishments throughout the course of the year, which there are many. And it's extremely my honor to congratulate you guys and wish you well in the future, and say we look forward to the things that you will no doubt accomplish. With that being said, if you would humor me one last time, you could reach up, take that tassel, and shift that to the side. I'd like to be the first to congratulate our 2021 New Visions engineering students on the completion of the school year. All right, we have one last request from you fine young people, if you would please. If you would kind of follow the carpet on down, we do want to get a group picture of everybody together, so that we have kind of our own way to memorialize everything. There's a celebration tent in the back that gives you a chance to take pictures as well. Congratulations. I wish you the best.
And I don't have a yearbook because we draw from so many different schools, but I do have a tie. And I have a tie that all of my students have signed every year since I started student teaching. I know I don't want to rub off any of the signatures because ties aren't really designed for writing. But I'm going to put it on the table over there, and it would be my absolute pleasure if you would sign my tie. If you've always wanted to strangle me, you can write it on this part, and it goes around my neck, and now you have a chance. Otherwise, you can write it on this part. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Follow Mr. Syracuse one last time. Congrats, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, red carpet. Red carpet.
John, tell Noah I learned how eventually.
Hey, where's though?
I thought it was because he was first in the class. No.
Michelle, where are you going?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. My name is Kevin Kessler. I'm the principal at the Career Tech Center, TST BOCES. I'd like to welcome everyone to our 2021 New Visions Life Science End of Year Celebration. It's interesting, but I have the honor of overseeing a really wide range of programming, of which New Visions is a key part of. So when I think about some of the things to share, some of the things I might have wanted to have heard when I sat where you guys are sitting today, but also some things that might be meaningful. It's an interesting process to come up with things that can kind of cover that broad range, but this year kind of gave us an opportunity to, or gave me an opportunity to think about experiences that you guys would have had, some of the adjustments that you went through and that you grew through, and some of the successes that you found over the course of our year here. So when I think about those things, really what it comes down to for myself is three words. The first of which being grit, the second of which being wisdom, and the third of which, and the irony of saying this to this group is not lost on me, is failure. And if you'll humor me for a little bit, by the time we come back around, I can explain to you why I feel like those three things are extremely important, but even more so than this year. Sorry, I think I broke the podium earlier. You guys are way too serious. You should be more excited. There we go. When we started the school year, it became a process for us, for Ms. Klein, probably for all of you. When we think of, for you guys, when March 13th hit, you were still at your home district. You had your visit, you've made your application, and in a lot of ways, we were kind of figuring out how we were going to conduct interviews, and what things were going to look like moving forward. So, and it was natural. We fielded a lot of questions as to what this year would look like, what some of the experiences would be, what were the things that we'd be able to accomplish. And, it really kind of started with you guys' faith in the process. You chose to press forward, you chose to move on. Over the course of time, we adapted. We changed some of our programming locations. We continued to offer some of the key experiences. But really, when you think about it, you were forced to do a lot of things that you probably weren't expecting when you signed up for everything. And interestingly enough, though, along the way, you got a chance to practice the first word that I mentioned earlier, and to grow within your own grit. And the reason why I use grit more so than resilience or perseverance is because grit's one of those things that you have to kind of build over time. You have to get bounced around a little bit. You have to sometimes get knocked down. You have to kind of stumble. And then you continually keep showing up, and you start to kind of gain your own faith in yourself. But that's one of those things that's hard to really anchor into in a high school experience. But when you think about everything you guys went through this year, you got the ups and downs. Do I log in? Don't I log in? Are we remote? Are we not remote? Is it a homeschool? Where does this go? How do we interview? How do you even explore where you're going to go to school next year? There's a lot of pieces to this that forced you guys to grow and forced you guys to think differently. And because of that, you really got an opportunity to practice something that not many young people get. And that is the concept of grit in that process. Interestingly enough, when you think about the second word that I used, wisdom, what I encourage each and every one of you to do is this. Understand that we know that academically you're accomplished. We know that you've got a ton of skills. But wisdom's a little bit different. When we talk about wisdom, we talk about experiences. We talk about where the knowledge that you have and will continue to gain, where the skills that you've practiced over the course of this year, where those kind of things start to meet, and where you start to build your own wisdom and your own experiences, and you're able to, it's like home, no, it's all right. Your own really becomes, the best way I can describe it is inner self-confidence. And I say that because where I sat, where you guys sat, definitely not as accomplished academically, but it was one of those items where I kind of felt like I already knew it all. I felt like I had everything figured out, and interestingly enough, I had to learn that I didn't. There was ups and downs, and there was changes, and there was kind of these course corrections, but along the way, something happened where this kind of inner turmoil or inner struggle started to turn into a legitimate belief in myself, and a legitimate kind of just knowledge really that it was going to be okay, and that I had what I needed. And I hope that each and every one of you over the course of what I'm sure will be very successful careers get an opportunity to go through that and get an opportunity to see where and I'm going to tie this to something in a second, so humor me for a minute, to get an opportunity to see where that knowledge and where that skill starts to turn into wisdom. And I stress this because I think it's important for all young people, and I know it took me a long time to get to this. It happens when we start to truly listen. It happens when we start to really kind of see and to kind of process how things go. And I know for each and every one of you, it's easy to think you're sitting where you're sitting because you did everything yourself. But I'm going to ask you to stay humble, and I'm going to ask you to realize that you didn't. The people behind you helped. The people in the remote land helped. The people up here helped. But along the way, there was people that helped you as you kind of move forward. And knowing that, one, it's okay to ask for help, and then knowing, two, to be humble enough to take that help is an important thing that I hope you take out of here today. The hard part is acknowledging that help's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to look exactly how you want it to look, but it'll be enough to get you through to the next step. And, it's using those things along the way as you kind of grow within those. The last one that I really think is important is, and I wish you all the success in the world, and I don't doubt that you'll find it, but I truly hope that along the way you experience some failure. I hope you get knocked down a couple of times. I hope that some of the things you want don't play out the way they do. Because really, if everything goes well, it's hard to continue to build that grit. It's hard to continue to build that wisdom. And if you don't fail from time to time, as talented as a group as you are, it will be hard to reach what you guys really truly are capable of. And what's really kind of nice is I've got a chance to see you guys more than I've seen other New Visions groups because you're on campus this year. So it was a chance to kind of interact more. It was a chance to bump into you guys more. And it was something, honestly, I truly enjoyed. And I hope that as you look back, you did too. And I hope that there's lessons that you can take from that. I hope that, as you go forward, you can take a little bit of time, and I'll say it today, and I'll say a thank you to Miss Klein. I know that her and her other New Visions teachers stressed out immensely from day one, probably to right now, about what they could do and couldn't do and how they were going to replicate experiences. And along the way, I kind of got intrigued by this because I really started to think about it this way. Instead of trying to replicate anything, what we realized was we were going to provide the best experience, and we're going to continue to do things just as we've done before, just within a pandemic. And I want to say thank you to, and I hope you recognize the people behind you that, put the extra effort into support, put the extra care in. I'm sure at times you probably thought, oh, do I really have to do this or worry about that? Well, the answer is yes. And as I mentioned earlier, I hope you continue to kind of listen to those and pay attention to those things as you go forward. Really, though, when you start to think about experiencing failure, it takes showing up. It takes trying. Most people don't fail at things they're good at. They fail at things they're trying for the first time. They fail at things that they're not comfortable doing. And when you proceed enough through that process, you can get comfortable and you can continue to grow your own grit and continue to pull the wisdom out of there. So when I say that I think about what this year's provided, because it's easy to sit here and think about what you didn't get, but what I realized right about October was that I was going to be really jealous about all the opportunities you did get. Because this pandemic provided a chance for you to push yourself in ways that I don't know school could have provided without it. And you responded, and you grew, and you continue to do good things. So with that being said, I hope, and actually I will say too, if you guys don't know, thank you to some of the people that helped me a little bit, because we were able to look at a few of our own things on campus and kind of take a chance and see it how we look at them and compare it with some other things within the region. So you never stop learning, you never stop trying to see where you can pick things up from. And I hope and I wish that you guys can continue that going forward. I'll now stop talking because I know you want me to get to what you're here for. So, yeah. I said earlier, it'd be great if I could blame the glasses on the pandemic, but unfortunately it's just age. All right. Oh, little housekeeping, just so you guys know. When we call your name, if you'll come up, follow the red carpet, just please be careful on the carpet. It's spaced out nice, but it isn't really weighted down. Not to challenge you guys, but everybody's made it through so far with like a perfect record. Just saying. If you pause, we'll get a picture. Yes, you're more than welcome to take video, pictures. We're not going to go at any kind of rocket pace. We'll make sure everybody gets the opportunity that we want to kind of preserve. All right, you guys ready? One thing I got to ask though, please, as you get everything, follow all the way through, because if you haven't seen this before, the minute one person it kind of breaks, everybody seems to follow. So stick with it. All right. I have the honor of recognizing our 2021 Life Science students. Up first. Uh-oh, I gotta make sure I pause for a second here. Thank you. See, that's the teacher in me. I realized a long time ago if you pause enough, sometimes people help you. Alexia Angulo, there we go, Stevenson, Trumansburg High School. Alexia will be attending Northeastern University for bioengineering to explore options. Congrats. All right. Up next, Aaron Chang, Lansing High School. Aaron will attend Cornell University and aspires to pursue a career in sustainable architecture and food insecurity. Fiona Clifford, Trumansburg High School. Fiona's going to attend Tulane University for neuroscience and biomedical engineering. Up next. Uh-oh. What's the school? No, not that school. University. Brandeis. Haley Crane, South Seneca High School. Haley's going to attend Brandeis University for biology and aspires to become a biology professor.
Let's hear it. 1, 2, 3.
That's it. Up next, Pia Glacier. He is going to attend Cornell University and aspires to pursue a career in environmental design and landscape architecture. As we move through, Jenna Goodwin, Newfield High School. Jenna plans on attending Cornell University for animal science and plans to pursue a career in agriculture. Up next, Diego Indigo Payne, Ithaca High School. Diego's going to attend Stony Brook University for marine science, pursuing a career as a marine conservationist or professor. Up next, Ashley Morace, Spencer Renat High School. Ashley plans on attending SUNY Delhi for veterinary science and aspires to become a zoo veterinarian. Up next, Heidi Heidi Needham, Dryden High School. Heidi plans on attending Bates College for environmental science and plans to pursue a career as an environmental scientist or attorney. Next we have Glenn Parker. Glenn is going to attend Cornell University as a biological science major. She aspires to pursue a career as a researcher in genetics. Up next, Olivia Schobel, Newfield High School. Olivia plans on attending Coastal Carolina University for Marine Science and aspires to pursue a career as an aquatic veterinarian. Moving on, Martin Stallone, Lansing High School. Martin plans on attending Cornell University for biological engineering and aspires to be a researcher. And last but certainly not least, Claire Williamson, Trumansburg High School. Claire plans on attending the University of Vermont for biology and aspires to pursue a career as a marine ecologist. Lastly, I want to take a second to recognize our Park Award winner for this year. Our Park Award winner for this year was Johnny. Nobody's helping me on the last name, so I'm going to get nice. What's that? It's Litsky? Kind of like that? That's not bad for the first try. See, Diego and I go way back. He finally helped me out. It took him a while, but no. Johnny won our Park Award for this year. Our Park Award is a scholarship reserved for our New Vision students, and it's an honor to present that to him at a later date. It's funny that we spend all that time running around sometimes doing this or, pulling on the mask to say kind of pull that thing up, but it's actually nice to see all you guys in person. It's nice to see everybody together. It's one of those things that from all of us at TST, we really wish you all the best in the future. We hope that you find all the success that you're looking for. And we want to say congratulations to our 2020 New Visions Life Science senior group. Now we got one small request from you, if you would humor us when we get done. If you would please kind of follow Miss Klein down. We'd like to get a program photo. There's a picture area outside of the celebration tent. There's some light refreshments there. We want to really kind of invite you to enjoy your kind of time together. At this point, it's kind of the fun thing that I get to do for the last time this year, but we invite you to take that tassel, turn that thing over to the side. And it gives me an honor to be able to say congratulations to our 2021 New Visions Life Science class. All right, Miss Klein.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
That ended better than I thought. All right, Miss Klein, if you lead them down. Congratulations, everyone. Have a great rest of the day. It's a good thing. Oh, somebody lost it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay.
Another one.
right here.
Martin, come here. We'll give you one since I'm commandeering you.
Big Steeler flag.
Martin.
Oh, Martin. Okay.